Alright. Let's move over to this chat, see what's happening. Okay, so we did. I need to pin that. Move over to this chat, see what's happening. Alright, I need to pin that. And of course, we got a phone call coming in. That never, ever, ever fails. Always. Always, as soon as I hit the live button, a phone call comes in, without a doubt. It's amazing. Anyhow, let's get started on this. All right. Let's see what I can work on today. I have a couple things. We got a PlayStation 5. I have a computer. I have a bunch of stuff that I need to do. A mouse. I think we're going to do the mouse because it'll be a quick job. So let's get a way to test this thing. How about we do that? Right? How about we do that and show you that it's not working how you would expect? Not at all. Good evening, Mr. Chris. Wrong mouse. So I'm going to take and pin this now that everything's moved up out of the way. Pin message. There we go. So got a MacBook, and this is a mouse. This is supposed to be for the DVR at the shop. However, at the pizza shop, or an NVR, I guess, is what you would call it. But it doesn't exactly click and do what you would expect. So let's see if we can test that. I'm going to fix this just because it's simply the quickest option. And the Mac would literally be the best thing to test it out with right now, I think. So we can mouse around, and you can see hopefully you can hear that clicking. I should be getting a right click dialog, and we're not. And the left click is just, hold on, we got to put this in right for the left click to even attempt to work. So you can see we do have a left and right click. Hopefully that's audible. However, I'm going to try and drag this window. Literally. Come on, focus. Don't be silly. There, we'll make it focus the best we can with the light glare. Anyhow, left click not working. Like literally just trying to drag that window. The mouse is moving, so we have no left click, no right click. Let's get started on that. It connects and uploads to online storage rather than no, it's a network video recorder. It's Wi-Fi based. Wi-Fi cameras would connect to a NVR because it's connected to the network, and some of them don't have hard drives. This one does, so it's stored locally. All right, now we got to figure out how to tear this apart intelligently. I think we're gonna have to take the skates off the bottom, so let's do that. Let's see, which ones is it? Which ones? So we have one. Is it going to be all four corners? Or are they internal? Sometimes they make them internal. We'll have to tear that out for sure. Let's see if there's any under the back skates. Indeed, I think we're getting all four corners on this one. This is just an old mouse. It's very likely past its click expectancy, but yeah. That's fine. We're going to make it click some more. Try and use a piece of junk that we're not going to use and pull the switches out of it. We're not going to have to tear that part out. All right, so now the goal is to find switches that are the same height. That will be the big determining factor in if we're going to be able to do this or not. Is if the switches are the same. If they're not the same height, then we may have to find another donor. Anyhow, we've got an old ball mouse here. Not going to be used, but it definitely clicks. So I don't have any new switches in. I'm not going to take time to order any. This is just see if we can do it type stuff. And are they the same height? They look to be. We actually have 3 that we could pull, and we only need 2. Okay, they got a tack switch on that one. Very nice. All right, soldering iron time. We're gonna have to switch the tip out. Will we? Yeah, we're not gonna use the micro pencil, not on this. We want a little more heat. We want to be able to pull that solder off of there. Now here's the big question. Do we want to do this soldering by eye because we totally can? Or is it something we should just show just for the viewer experience? Show it up close, like zoom. Okay, so it didn't like that tip. No issues now, though. Now let's switch it. Turn that to that side. If we go in close with the camera, then it makes it difficult to keep in frame. But if we do it with a microscope, we know we're going to capture it. Now let's just tear them out of there. We'll go in. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We only need 2 of them. We'll pull all 3 in case one wants to act up a little bit. Just be on the safe side. And before I get into this, let's grab a set of cutters. I know the rules. Flux isn't for desoldering, it's for soldering, but you know what? It happens to make the solder flow so nice. And it's my flux anyhow. Why are you watching my flux like that? Just going to throw a little leaded on there. Let's try this. Let's see. That should work. All right, let's see what we can do about pulling that out of there. Really not liking this end of the board. All right, one out. It's 2 more to go. Still attached on one leg slightly. We'll hit it with some heat and just pop it out of there. 2. Let's go for number 3. Hey, when this thing blurs, we'll lock the focus down here toward the table. All right, 3 out. Here's our old board from our PS2 mouse. We don't need that anymore. That mouse is definitely not going to be in service anytime soon. And I actually end up crying next week whenever I have to go and do something for whatever reason with a ball mouse because it's the last one. All right, let's dock this and take a look, see what do we need to do to get everything out of here. Okay. So we've got to tear the wheel out, that little mechanism. I guess it's just a little plate that holds the wheel in. Yeah, there we go. And at this point, is it free? I don't, one screw. Okay, one screw. And then our switch is on the bottom. We have that to the red, so we know where that goes. And we want our switches to the front. And a lot of mice are common. You can do this with a lot of different ones. As far as putting a new clicker in it, that's all we're really doing, is trying to get 2 new clickers in. And then I believe this wheel, the mouse wheel itself, has, looking at it, I'm just looking here, so it has a left and right leaning click and a click to the back. So there's basically, if I can undo that, there's two switches and then a third tack switch back here. Yay. Right, let's pull these out. We know the switch goes forward, not backward. We'll do one at a time, just in case some of that aging monkey brain happens to kick in and I forget where they go. We'll have a general direction of where I need to point them. Need a little more on this front one. Possibly more on all three. Try from the opposite side, see if that makes a bit of difference for us. All right, top leg, one leg's still holding. I don't know if it's middle or top. And we're gonna have to pry it off of there when we heat it up. I'll try and use that method to get it off and get it removed. Are you being an absolute nightmare? It's 3 pins. Well, the switch is willing to pop apart. That's not really what we want. We want the switch to remove itself from our board here. I believe it's the middle one holding us up. The bottom one is free. And now finally the top. Or did we get it? We got it. Yes. Alright, no damage done to any of the pads. And just because it is small and I don't feel like staring at it by eye, we're going to go under the scope real quick just to verify that we didn't do any damage around those holes. Looking at it without any glare, all the traces appear to be intact. Looks like we have a burn mark on that one though, or some flux or something. Just grit. Yeah, it's just grit, so that one's good. All right, everything's good. Let's throw a switch in there and be done with that. All right, not too technical. Time to remove the other one. What's going on out there in internet land, anybody? Wherever you are. What's the latest news? What's happening? I almost forgot which one we were working on for a sec. Is this one? Blue, right? Yeah, blue. I don't know if we can hit all of those at one time. No, only 2. Loose. Close. A little bit of solder stuck. Got to be the center one. And that was it. All right, bad switches. We know we're not going to recycle these, use them for anything. They don't even click. Straight to the bin. Let's clean up that little puddle of flux that we did create. We're going to take a moment and just flood some solder on there, onto those holes, and then just re-wick it right back off. Just get a nice clean hole to put our leads for the switches through. A little bit more, and then we'll give this thing a quick test and hopefully move on to something else. I don't like messing around with junk like this, but if we can save having to buy a new mouse, we're going to be cheap about it and save this mouse. All right, we have clear passage through all 3. Let's pop this guy on here. Solder it in place and do a quick rebuild and see what the score is with this thing. Success or fail? They click. That's what we want. All right, another quick clean. Clean off the back of this switch. Dock the iron. Alright, and I am fairly certain this spring, hopefully, came out of the other mouse and not, or possibly it came out of this one, I'm not sure. We'll find out if this click wheel isn't acting right after the fact. Okay, so that's going to go in. I'm going to dropped out the power switch, the slider switch. We got to find out which. I know the red was to the right, but we got to see which way the switch drops in from. So it would be like that. Right. Make sure it's off. Drop this back in. Switch will work that way. Good. Let's try and figure out the situation with this wheel. Fairly certain that spring isn't for this mouse. Looking at it, I don't think it can be. We'll look at the other one, the ball mouse, because I'm not seeing anywhere that could possibly go. Battery, clickers. All right, let's plug it in, and we don't need to skate up and screw it together or anything like that. We'll just literally snap this guy together. And get the laptop out and see if we got left and right click without having to hammer on the buttons, or if at all. I mean, at all would be a good thing, but all right. Our little latch is function that locks the door on. Let's we'll throw 2 screws in quick and see if we can get any testing. All right, and let's grab a battery. Get some tools out of the way. Zoom that out. Turn the mouse on, it's on, and let's bring the MacBook over and see if we can get a left and right click again. All right, so if we go out, as soon as we right click, we get a contextual menu. We'll left click and hide it. Right click brings the menu up. If we want to left click and hold, ooh, we dropped the window. So it might be it works. So we can drag a window right click and let's left click, create a new folder. So clicking's working, clicking and dragging's working. And yeah. All right, job well done. Let's finish putting this thing together. Put the skates back and move on. What are we doing next? What are we doing next? We got a computer that needs stripped down, cleaned, and stuff replaced. And also a PlayStation 5 HDMI port. I'm trying to think what else. Or just little stupid mess around projects. Alright, one thing you can do if you plan, let's clean off the gunk off of that one skate. It's got some sticky residue on it. If you plan on reusing skates on a mouse instead of replacing them even for a simple job, is that build up on the skate or is it wearing through? Let's build up on it. Okay, let's scrape that off. One thing you can do is find something that's harder instead of soft. You don't want a mouse pad. Mouse pad can catch, but take and find something. If you got a clipboard, whatever, something hard and smooth, and press down and actually get those skates to wear into place a little. You can press them into place if you're recycling them, and if you have like a little burr from when you were removing them or lifting them out of place, it should help lock them back into place nicely, giving some pressure on them. And we'll give a quick clean to all of them. Hopefully the IPA doesn't lift any of that adhesive loose. One done. This could be bad. Let's take a look at this port real quick. So it says it turns on and has no display. Let's see what plugging an HDMI cable into it feels like. If it's is fairly loose, like really, really loose. Well, I suppose the way to know is to tear it apart. So I may not have every part I need here for this. I have HDMI ports, I know that, and I'm not sure about encoder, retimer, whatever you want to call it. While we're moving on to this next one, we're going to take a quick break. Go over a discovery too that I made. So I had an Xbox Series S in here the other day, and I didn't have any ports. This is what your typical Xbox Series S HDMI port looks like. But I did have a bunch for Series X. And I decided I was going to try one of those on it, and it works without issue. The only thing you're missing, you still have all the little teeth that are going to fasten down, like around the edges. If we want to zoom in and look, all these little tabs, teeth that are sticking down, other than the anchor legs, those are on both of them. You're literally missing your bottom tabs here, and then the top tab here. So 2 bottom tabs, 1 top tab is all that's missing from the Series X or Series S HDMI port to the Series X. So that's the little discovery that I made concerning that. The plastic pegs are in the same place, literally. And I don't know if that's because it's the same brand and I got them from the same place. Like the replacement parts, but looking at the replacement parts, these are actual ports that came out of consoles. But comparing the replacement parts to them, they line up the same way. So yeah, I don't know if everybody knew that. I didn't know it, but yeah, you can flip flop the Series X and Series S port. I don't know about putting the Series S on an X. You may not have room for that top and bottom 2 tabs there. You might have to clip those off, fold them, break them, something. I'm not certain, but I do know from you can throw a Series X HDMI port into a Series S. That's the end of my experimentation on that. I'll try it the other way next time I have a chance. Where's the lock tab on this one? Which corner is it on? This corner or that corner? Hold on here. Am I doing the wrong side? They go up or down? They should go up, right? Yeah, they have to go that way. Yeah. It's on this corner. Ah, it's hitting it the wrong way. So they have to go down, not up. With the lock tabs on this side. Got it. Oh. Too much stuff to keep straight. And this is a disc edition. Very nice. Got a wee bit of dirt there. Baked on. Yeah, I came to that conclusion real quick. I was thinking whenever I had it the opposite. What way did I have it? I was thinking this was the bottom. I was looking at it the wrong way, but yes, I figured that out super quick. Go the other way. Thank you. Has anybody been in this one? No, they have not. It's going to peel no matter what. Let's take it off there. We won't need you. Is it you or you? It's the other guy. Are my bits mixed up? I dread even doing this thinking about the number of screws that are in here right now. And before we get too far and start yanking stuff out, we're actually going to plug it in, turn it on, and see what is going on. See if the report is accurate. We could be getting a false report. What's the issue with the PS5? They said it has no display. It turns on, has no display. So we're getting what he said is it turns on, has no display. So let's test that real quick. Plug in. I'm going to get my capture card active for those. Switch over to that scene, at least try to. All right, so there we got a, what do we have? HDMI. We need a figure 8 cable. And everybody else will know before me if it's going to work. It'll show up before I get to see it. It'll go out to the stream. So only by a few seconds. Where's the magic button? Okay, so we do have a white light and no display. The port's not too loose. It's not loose to the point where I would think that it's that, so it could be something else. And just to test this, I'm going to try it on my KVM real quick. Just to try another HDMI cable. We'll flip the channel on the KVM. To the point where lost the monitor. Yeah, no display. All right, perfect. Go back. All right. So on and no display. So you tell me the problem. Pins will be floating, not even attached. What are you saying? Just toss this in and bin now, call them, tell them like it's no good. All right. So how do we turn one of these off safely? I don't play with consoles. I seriously don't. I'm gonna hold the button in. Do I hit it or hold it? All right. Lights off. Fan has come to a stop. Let's continue down this road and see. Not Phillips, you need the other one. Chipmunk? No, I don't. I don't have any of that fancy gear. My tester is my eyes. 1 beep is rest mode, 2 beeps is shut down, 3 is force shut down. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I'll probably never remember it, but I will try. How many's on this side? 2? 1 and 2? Alright, we'll get back to that in a moment. I'm trying to think the last time I tore one of these apart. I think there's 2 like coarse screws and 2 fine thread metal screws that hold the fan in. I don't know what order they're in. Yeah, one's a long short, and I think these 2 will be fine thread if I remember correctly. It's been a little while since I touched the PS5. Yeah, okay, so fine thread. And it feels like fine thread. Indeed. Let me get this shop MacBook out of the way. That way we're not dinging up a computer unnecessarily. Looks like that's seen some use. Good to see me back. My leg, my foot, you mean? The broken, fractured, who knows what? Yeah, it's doing a lot better. I'm walking. I'm not walking with the walking stick or cane or whatever the hell you want to call it anymore. Also, I have your Coco, I have your box, but addressing is obviously not the same as like I wouldn't fill it out in the same order as I would here, and the post office doesn't know. So I might have to have you on hand to like do the translation from like postal code, city code, or city postal code, all that. So if I have to give you a call, what's a good day? to call you to ship that? And what would be a good time? My time, if you know the. It's 5:40 p.m. here now. So do the time translation and let me know when a good time would be so I can go and get that sent off to you. You don't have to throw it in chat, Coco, by the way. Just text me on WhatsApp, and that way, because they really didn't know. I asked them, like, do you know what order this would go in? And they're like, no. So I had the same problems. It took me like 2 trips the last time whenever I sent that PS4 to Wales. I had the nobody there that day knew, and I went back another day, and the lady that was working the second time I went back, she knew what order everything went in to get it there first try. So not everybody is as knowledgeable as the next person, evidently. I guess I should have taken these out earlier. Put us back on the big screen. Yeah, I know. Come on, tiny screen. Let's hear it for tiny screens. You gotta love that. I didn't even put the job up. Oh, let's do that. Let's take a moment and do that. Throw the job up. What is this thing? What is it? It's a PS5. No display, right? Would that be right? No display turns on. There's no way I'm going to get that off of there without ripping any foam. We got another one. It was out of place. We'll take it. What are these, paper labels? Good to see many new people here today. It's good to see anybody. Excuse me. Man, that is a lot of screws. Well, suppose we start somewhere, right? If we don't start, we're not going to get it done. Give me a moment to study this thing, because I guarantee screws are going to go back in the wrong spot if I have to put it back together on camera. And I wouldn't say new people, but definitely people. We've seen a few people here before. Yes, I agree. Any good, any people is good. You've been busy. Your cousin's getting married. What country is this happening in? You never know where cousins live, so you got to kind of find out the backstory to that. Same country, different country. And are you helping with the planning or the doing of that wedding, Coco? Yeah. Well, what? Let's see. It's what? 5:49 here, so that's got to make it what? 10:49 for most of the like England, UK area. And then what time is it from how much different from here to India? It's got to be like what, 3, 4 a.m. for you? I'm guessing, I don't know. Girls from the USA, your cousin is Indian. Man, that's a good thing. Marriage can be a good thing. I'm married. I'm not complaining. It's not for everybody, I do agree. 3:30 a.m. Dang, what are you doing up so late? Don't you have work? Stuff to do for your company? Alright. I have that stupid heart thing in the way, but it looks like you said they both live and work in Mexico, though. An election holiday? Who's getting what for? Like your leaders, or I don't know what they would be called there. Excuse my ignorance, but your people that do political office and whatnot get a holiday for election. Man, we need that here in the USA for sure. Holidays for elections. Those elections be going on all the time at many different levels. We'd have, like, instead of 7 nationally recognized holidays where we have the day off, we'd have like 14 or 20 with all the different elections going on at local, state, and federal level, national, whatever. I'll take some more days off. Yeah, president. Gotcha. That's about my extensive knowledge of that there's presidents and other people that get elected, sheriffs, judges, like, and so on, like that. As far as political knowledge, it doesn't extend beyond that. I know the people exist. Can't talk about it in any. Did I dump them? I almost did. Can't talk about it in any intelligent sense, though. I feel like I'm missing a screw somewhere. But we'll find out when we go. If we had to get the pry bar out, or the crowbar on this one, we will. We'll get it off there, though. Well, here's the big question. You have the day off to go vote. Are you voting, sir? I don't know if that needs to come out, but we're going to take it out. Yeah, I'm thinking no, that didn't have to come out, but we'll put it back here in a moment. You're Indian Kim Jong Un. Who's that? Modil? All right, back in. All right, let's see about getting this separated. Actually, let me take a second look. I still feel like I missed the screw somewhere, but we're gonna trace the route. Black one right there. See? I did. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there's only 2 on the back, correct? We'll hold this in place. 1 and 2. Yeah. One more. No? Nope, just plastic. Okay. I know these are stuck down, but honestly, stuck that much? Yes, blue gunk. All right, let's move that out of the way. We need that out, and then I think we can lift it off of the power supply if we remove that. I don't know if I should bother stating everything or stating the obvious. I think most people here would know, but in case somebody new does end up watching, what is it the one for the ROM has it too? Does it have the little T-tabs? Let's check. Yeah, so let's take a closer look here at something. So on the ribbon cable for the ROM and the optical drive, whatever you want to call it, you've got these little T-tabs, whatever, tabs sticking out on either side. There and there. And then the same thing on this big connector that we just took out. Let's see if we can show that as well, possibly, on the microscope. We're balancing stuff in midair to do this. Where is it? So there and there. So they're kind of like locking connectors, spring-loaded. You have to press down on them. I'm going to say everybody here probably knows that. But yeah, what you don't want to do is yank the connector out. If you start doing things like that, it may plug in, but it's probably not going to want to stay in. Will there be any actual ill effects later on? I don't know. But I do know you press the little latch and they unplug just fine. Yeah, it is a lot of screws. Let me think about this for a moment. Does the whole thing come out and then we separate it from the power supply? Yeah, because every time I want to do this, it always lifts off of the power supply. Let's see if we can pull just the board out. Probably not. All right. Don't rip the cable. I forgot one. Let's set that back down gently. Flood that. Give me that cable. There we go. Man, this thing has got animals living in it. We're going to have to rezone all these guys and give them new homes. No, try and do some cleaning ahead of time and then clean up a little bit after ourselves. All right, I'm going to take this over. I don't like moving these too much with the clamp off because it could come apart and liquid metal in there. I don't want that going everywhere. But I am going to take it over and hit it with the air line on both sides to kind of blow the dust off. We'll get our hands clean too while we're at it. Or change gloves, one or the other. Let me give me one moment. We're going to mute. All right, cleaner, I believe. A little bit. That'll work. Nope, didn't wait long enough to put gloves back on. They are sticking everywhere. Yes, it's PS5 to answer your question anyhow, sorry. Well, we got to separate it to find out what the score is. So not missing anything. It should separate from the heatsink, correct? It's going to be a nightmare, right? Or no? Oh wait, yeah, those are under the board. Okay, yeah, we can't get to those. Set this out of our way. Alright, HDMI port. Floating pin, shit. Yeah, maybe. Let's take a look. I already see it's broke all the little breakaway tabs. It snapped them backwards, so that port got jammed inward. Let's go down and take a closer look. Yeah, that port definitely got jammed inward. It didn't break the little piece off, but it did its job. So hopefully, do I have the other piece here? I may not. If not, we can get that one. How about that? We've got one right there. So anyhow, that port isn't meant to look like that. Let's grab one so we can see what it's supposed to look like. Alright, so I just grabbed a new HDMI port out of the pack that I have of them. I'll put the other one's back, and let's go back to the scope so you can see kind of what's going on with that. And what happens when that port gets shoved back is it breaks those little fingers that hold that other metal tab there. So this tab is actually supposed to be angled down 90 degrees, and you can see it's pushed back. It's not quite flat, but it is folded upward some, and these little fingers will break. We got a fiber on me, yeah. As you can tell by looking at a similar port, that one got pushed back and actually broke the little piece all the way off. I think I did push it back in somewhat, just showing people what's got knocked around, but yeah. And when you have a port that isn't broken, you can see that they're folded down, and that is kind of like 90 degrees. I wouldn't say it's, exact, so don't hold me to exact measurements here, but you have the top metal, and then it makes like a right angle turn, or whatever, it takes a turn 90 degrees roughly. That's where the back of the port is. I think that's by design, so it lets the port break free, but what I don't know is when it breaks in that fashion, has anybody, because people that have worked on these, let me know, when it breaks in this fashion, right, when the port gets shoved in and these little metal fingers give way, letting this fold back, has anybody come across one where the traces are ripped, or is it usually the pins are all the pins are popped off the pads? All the ones I've seen, I haven't had any trace repair to do it. It's the pins were needed popped off the pad. So just literally clean it up and put a new one back on. You think the 100 NF's likely missing? I'm going to say they got close to it. They got real. That's the one we're talking about, right? They got real close to it. Let me try and get this in focus for everybody. So they got super close to it, but yeah, still there. As far as I know, that's everything that needs to be there. The resistor, that diode, whatever the hell that one is, and then the cap right there. Actually, I had was it a PlayStation 5? I think Chris would know. Was that we were talking about a PlayStation 5 the one time. Is there a diode on the underside of this too? That on the underside of the HDMI that can go bad as well? That guy there, that sneaky one that's right by that HDMI port. I had one of these that was giving wacky readings once. Yeah, everything is there on that side. Doesn't look bad. All right, well, we're going to pull this thing off of here somehow. I'm going at it with hot air. I may take off that and that just as a precaution because I usually always end up blowing them off of there somehow. So maybe we'll take them off and put them off to the side. Or if I don't blow them off, one end will lift off, and then I have to go back and end up putting it back later. So maybe we'll just take it off just to save the hassle of dealing with it later. I do not like messing around with tiny components, but cover them in conformal coating. That's an idea. You're talking about like UV mask? I don't have conformal coating here. I think the only thing I have is UV mask. If that's the same, I don't think it's the same thing. The cap's there. You think the cap went bad from that getting shoved inward? I can almost guarantee I don't have a cap. Not one that size, anyhow. All right, let's do it. Let's get some of this crap out and see what we can do. I also have clear UV Loca, but I don't think that glue or it doesn't harden, so I don't think we're going to use it. Where it is. I need to find this thing if I want to do this. There you are. Set that somewhere right there for now. get this covered and get it dried. And clean some of that up. Look how cooked those tweezers are. We're missing the end of them. But we keep them around for tasks such as that, you know? Something has to put this stuff down from time to time. Now let's see if we can pick a little bit of that junk up to make it less of a blob. All right, cheap flashlight going on. We have to. We'll try this for a few, and I forget which one dries it. I don't mess with this stuff either very often. Not if I don't have to. I think if I'm not mistaken, a few seconds does start to get it dry, but I could be wrong. No, not from this one. This is the super cheap, the one that you should never buy. All right, and we got two other things to try. The super cheap little finger light to see if it does anything. Doubtful. And then we're going to try. I think this will dry the top layer. As dumb as this thing is, this is just one of those little glue kits that you could find like in gas stations and at the front of hardware stores and whatnot. And it's about as UV as, I would say, sunlight bouncing off of something. So not really. And let's try the last thing I know. What do we do? Anything? Yeah, not a bit, I'm guessing. Yeah, we got the surface done. We're going to throw one more contraption. It is definitely a UV light. But to what extent, I don't know. Let that sit there for a few minutes. It's actually, I think, for doing the UV acrylic nails. My wife had it, and I was like, hey, I'm going to take this to the shop and test it to see if it'll dry something. And I think it does help. We'll let that sit for a moment, and then, continue on. Let's see here. Can go bad. Very similar circuit to the PS4. Hopefully we'll just need the port on and the cap. Factory. Very rarely bust pads as they only just sit on the pad. Resistor is 27K. The other cap is 100 PF. Yes, diode and another 100 PF. Just cover them before cutting. There we go. Well, let's see if that did anything. Did that help our cause? Probably not completely dry. Definitely not completely dry. Is it going to stay, though? That's what I wonder. Well, we can try it. If anything, what? They both fall off and stay with the blue blob? Is that the going theory here? Mm-hmm. All right, we'll grab a different one. I'm just getting some weights for the board, being that it's up on a box balanced in the air. Now we need to get some weight for it. Stack of hard drives. Let's heat this up. Good evening, Carl. Welcome, welcome. Good evening to everybody else, too, if I did miss you at some point. I'm certain I did. I'm very forgetful of those things. So, all right, let's put some stuff away before we start knocking it off the counter. What are we saying? Can we get that poured off there with a cheap hot air gun? Is old cheapo up to the task? He may be, he may not be. We'll find out. What's the bet? We're gonna get it off there or not? This is not going to happen as fast as it would with a Quick or an Atten or any other gun. We're working with a cheap hot air station or hot air gun, hot air soldering iron. Throw whatever term you want at it. So it's going to take a few minutes to get this warm, but we'll try. It's interesting. What is that sitting there? We'll put it under the scope to find out. A whole leg broke off. That's what it is there. A whole leg snapped. Shit. Isn't that a thing that you're not? It is it. What is it that I'm not certain what people have said, but is it that you can't do it with cheap stuff? You shouldn't, or it's very hard to. You just have to know the limitations of your equipment, I think. Anyhow, we got that. That's off. Now, the question is, can we put one back on? That's the hard part. Get our HDMI removal kit out of the way. You're definitely not doing it proper if you're not using some type of Corsair branded box. I'm just telling you. It has to be a Corsair box. Some undescript piece of black dense foam also helps, and a stack of hard drives taped together. Or just put it to the edge of your bench. However, my hot air doesn't reach the edge of the bench without it doesn't go far enough from where I have it set, and I have it zip tied down, so I'm too lazy to move it. And just the gun literally is like always right here. I burnt a couple burn marks, slight burn marks on the edge of the bench from trying to do it at the edge. Yeah, it don't work. So we do it on the Corsair boxes. All right, let's get the scope on this thing and see what the verdict is. Fairly certain, looking at it by eye, it looks like a leg broke off. I could be wrong. That is definitely a leg, isn't it? It is. Oh, there we go. The rest of the circuit looks intact. Let's check. I want to flip and just scope out the underside of the board quick. Everything's still in place there. Nice. All right. Back to this side. I've never seen that. Never seen a leg broken completely off, but you know. I got to see something new today. It's hard too because the heat's not consistent. Yeah, it's not. I would agree. But when you work with, if you work with cheap equipment enough or have worked with it long enough and you kind of know what it can do and not do, obviously you'll learn over time. But I don't know. I haven't felt the need to upgrade yet. I don't mind standing there for a little longer or holding the hot air for a little longer there in order to get something off. But get rid of that leg. Is it gone? Is it really gone? Yeah, we'll have to throw some more on. And I don't know if we're going to try the hot back on, though. That never seems to work for me. We can try it, though. We're going to flood a little leaded into each of the anchor holes there. Try and get some leaded solder in there so it melts a little sooner. Possibly try and wick some of it out. Let's find out. You need a bigger tip than what we're using in order to melt that all the way through, especially when the leg's in there. So we're going to swap out to something bigger. Right now we're just putting some solder there. Swap this out. What do we want for this one? What takes more heat, this or a Series S? I think this does. This will hold or suck away more heat than a Series S will. Pretend the pin's on the port too. Yeah, no, definitely. I don't know. It's... Shut up. It's tough dropping them on hot. That's not a skill that I don't get to practice that a whole lot. So let's try and hit this and see if we can cook some of that solder down into those holes. Also, that one pad could use a dab more solder on it, so we'll go that route too and throw some on there. Not a whole lot left on the iron, so that means some of it did flow down in. Let's take a look at the other side. Yeah, I think the iron probably picked up more than it put in. That one, possibly. That too. So picked it up on two of them. Man, I don't even know. Do we try and clean them out and go down that fighting like that, or do we try and drop it on there hot? What are we saying? Yeah, I love that method too. I just wish I had, 30, 40 hours of practice in that method, and not like 3. Well, let's grab our port and prep it. We'll at least try it. It's going to either go on smooth or it's going to go on really bad, and that's going to be one of the ones where we really fix it. So we'll put it on nice and smooth and fix it, or it's going to go completely horribly wrong, and we'll really fix it then, Heat-proof gloves. Yeah. What are you saying? That these don't absorb any heat? That they burn very easily? If you even point at a soldering iron, they have a tendency to melt? Yes, you're correct. Way more than enough. But Yeah, no, I've definitely done it. It's just, you know, over the years, and I haven't done thousands upon thousands of consoles. Between 1 and 300, and most of them I pulled it out, cleaned out the anchor, the holes for the anchor legs, and put it in and throw heat to it. But we're gonna try it. We'll try and do something. I've done it a few times on. I don't know if I've ever done it on a PS5. We'll give it a shot. We need a different iron for this one for sure. I'm not gonna use that big blob tip for this. All right, let's make a complete mess out of this. All right, general consensus. Are we failing this one? Only issue. What are you saying? These are 100% the most heat-proof gloves I've ever seen. Yeah, your fingers do get numb by the time you peel them off, I agree. Only issue I have with the hot drop is I lift the port with the right hand, but can only place it left-handed. Weird, I know. When it comes to placing the port, it has to be... Yeah, I can't do the left-handed placement. It's got to be right-handed. I don't know. Perhaps I could place the port left-handed. I'm just not... I don't trust the hot air in my right hand. Two pins there ain't almost a bridge, are they? Well, let's see. Let's see if we can translate this from across the great Atlantic water puddle. You talking about these two there? We'll clean that up quick just to get a good look at what it is. I don't like that one there, but if we have to, we'll hit it with the iron again. Yeah, they definitely have solder on them. We'll go with it. We got some fibers in here. We got a little bit of everything. I didn't see a bridge, but I will look at it again. I don't know. The message definitely made it across the puddle, but let me look. Now you got me doubting it. We're double and triple checking stuff here. I do see what you're talking about now. Those, if that's what you were talking about. Right. But I don't. Yeah, it's not a bridge. That is just gunk on the pins. I actually got a couple fibers in there. Let's take a moment and remove this crap. Nah, it's gonna burn away. All right, no bridges. Carrying on. Let's grab it. You know what? We're getting a good drink for this, and we're skipping the tea. Fibers. Now you let me know after that intensive study session of cotton fibers. Where can I put this? I'm not going to knock it over. How about a completely different table? There we go. It's about 10 feet from us. We're surely not going to knock it over there. And we need to fill up our IPA quick as well. All right, port, let's go. All right, so we'll lock the focus on that. That way it doesn't have a tendency to move and get stupid blurry while we're working on it. What else? Oh, we need something on that one pad, right? I did say that. We'll throw just a dab of solder on it. I almost forgot about that. Move that camera out of the way and bring the scope to it if possible. Yeah, I think we're too high up for the microscope. All right, we just got to undo our little build quick. All right, we'll go with that. Ooh, we wore the green off on that one. And port, and let's go. See if we can manage this. Where'd those tweezers go? Flat, 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 flat tweezers. There they are. All right. It's going to take a minute to heat this up as the first trip through. See if we can drop this on there hot, hopefully. Keep the air moving. Shouldn't need much downward pressure. No, but I have a habit if I don't weight down what I'm trying to drop something into, I will flip it off of whatever it's on, my bench, whatever. And any hot components, when something flips down and falls and impacts, knocks that stuff right off real quick. So yeah, we're going for not doing that. Come on, I'm heavy-handed over here. Might as well have a monkey in here doing this. Let's see. It's a good port. Let's put some heat on it and see if we can get this hot enough. The other thing is getting it lined up to drop on. That's always the problem for me. All right. You don't think it's going to burn off of there by the time? By the time it gets warm enough? I think it's going to burn. We'll try it. All right, we're getting melting on. Starting to get the solder hot on the anchor holes. Now we just got to line it up and not obliterate our fingers, right? And it's not lining up, not one bit. Don't even try it. All right. I'm gonna grab something that has a little more grip. I don't want to keep throwing heat into something like that, but those tweezers are not going to let me do what I need to do. So we will try. And try this. Let it get hot so we can put this thing on there. I don't think it's lined up, is it? There, it did, but guess what? I don't think the one anchor hole was completely melted. Definitely not. Definitely not. It got stuck part way down. Well, we got more ports. We can yank this one back off, prep a new one, and put it on because it did get stuck on this side. There's no way we're gonna get that to sync. Not without. Yeah, no. Well, let's prep another one. Get it ready. While it's warm, we'll yank this one back off. Here, I'll show you what I mean because it went down. It started down, and then the one side dropped, but the other side never did. So I don't know if the solder wasn't hot, if it just got caught part way through. This board's going to be hot, but that's okay. So right there is essentially what happened. It joined on the one side, but the other side didn't sync completely. So we're going to yank it back off while it's still warm and prep another port. Ew. Don't go for instant drop as soon as the solder is flown. Once molten, keep the heat on. Yeah. Once molten, hold on. Keep the heat on for a bit before placing the port. Yes, I know. Leave it on. Hold on. Leave it on. Just reflow. Just have the heat more toward the back of the port. It'll drop right. Yeah, but to get all that hot before the plastic melts, you really think? I think we're gonna smoke the plastic. All right, here goes. While it's still got heat in it, we'll try and drop it on. You say keep the heat more to the back, keep the heat moving. I don't think it's gonna go, honestly. Look at those tweezers. There they are. Yeah, I think the plastic gets completely smoked on this one, cooked. Well, let's examine it and find out, right? I didn't see plastic melting. Just because I didn't see it doesn't mean a dang thing. Let's check and make sure we're down. Good advice, though, on the reflow if it didn't melt. I've never attempted that. Anytime I get stuck partway through, I toss the port. So good to know. Thank you for the knowledge. I always yanked it and just started anew. All right. Where's that drink at, man? This Red Bull. Come on, cheapo. Cool down. It's break time, buddy. Hey, Fernando. All right, well, let's take a look at the back and see what what brutality happened there, because that's probably where that's going to be ground zero, right? The back side of the port. Clean by warm hot. Yes. All right, let's get the blurry off the screen now, finally. Well, everything's still in place back there. I need to get a new brush as well. This one it's cooked. I could probably clean it out. It's just filled with flux. So all right, let's how can I turn it this way? I just got to move the scope again. Get enough room between my tools and the board for the board. Get something to prop it up. What do we need here? Tweezers? We need something for checking pins, kind of like a torque wrench. Because I don't have any way to overstate how much you press, how hard you press on the pins. Like when I'm talking about screws and I say 120 foot-pounds for like screws that go into a mobile phone, obviously it's a wrong figure, but we need some type of, like a torque wrench for checking these pins. Let's go down in so we can really see what's going on. And let me address chat real quick. Holy shit, you guys are typing over there. It's good to know keyboards elsewhere in the world are working. Hit the same port again with heat. Thank you again for that, Carl. I always, literally, if I got stuck partway through trying to do a hot, that's why I didn't do the hot drop method too much, because I've had a few get stuck like that. I would yank them, toss them. So good to know that at least with PS5 you can do that. I don't know about other consoles, but again, thank you, my friend. Leave it on, just you'll be fine. Center the nozzle in line with the back pins. As long as the port isn't under direct heat air, the plastic should be fine. Kind of like, you mean kind of like doing an FPC connector, like from the under, or like whatever, like a switch LCD connector or battery connector where you do it from the underside of the board, and the heat's blowing through it, doesn't melt that real thin, fragile plastic. Makes sense. Okay. Hello again, Fernando. I'm just trying to catch up on chat here. Clean while warm hot. Everything takes practice and practice a lot with scrap until I achieve it. I've done quite a few HDMI ports. I just don't do the hot drop method all the time. I've done it a few times on other consoles, but never PS5. I'll be surprised if all those pins ain't soldered. Oh, you mean if any of them are loose, you'll be surprised? If you're uncomfortable pushing the pins, drag the point and the tweezers across them. You heard a difference if one isn't. So, no. I'm not uncomfortable pushing them. I'm saying I want to be able to overstate, like, because I always say 120 foot-pounds when I'm like turning in the tiny screws for phones and laptops and whatnot. Get your torque driver out and go at 120 foot-pounds. I need some way to overstate pressure used on pins. There's no pin checking tool other than tweezers. Anyhow, let's work our way across these and see. Let me make sure it's in focus. I'm going to look at the screen and not my scope. That way I know everybody can see what I'm seeing. That one looks a little goofy, but it's just stuff that's on it. I'll say that. Wow, we got, what is on there? That looks like, what is that? That's 5-minute set epoxy. Let me get that off of there. Or not 5-minute set epoxy. That's Instamorph, the plastic you can melt with hot air, heat, or hot water. Hot drop better for these super thick boards, helps retain the heat for solder transfer to port legs. You're talking sensible, my friend. Very sensible. All right, let's work our way. From what I can see, that is in focus for everybody, right? All right. We'll really try not to move the camera too much, but I am going to definitely bump it for sure. All right, good. I'm not going to say good or solid or firm or anything 19 or however many times. We'll just drop it in there once. All right, let's look at the legs and, yeah, see what's what. Well, it definitely looks connected. Same as there, looks connected. And we'll check the underside. Other than possibly clean that up a little, do I need to do anything there? I think we'll leave it. That's crazy that some of that factory flux is still hanging on there. Better than factory. Yeah, that's one of those things. And this case, it's true. I think if they shove this port, I don't think those are popping off the pads. I think pads are ripping up. And the design of the port will be a complete failure now because it would probably most certainly tear pads up compared to letting them pop off. How they're just sitting on there from the factory. As anybody that's worked on these knows, and Phillips stated earlier. All right, do I need to remove that conformal coating, dig that off there, or should I just leave it? Leave it there and let somebody know that somebody's in there monkeying around. What do we say? Do we leave that coating on? Do we leave the coating on? I don't know, but that shit's stressful, man. I only work on this stuff. I bought all this equipment last week. No. That's not truthful. All right, let's get some knowledge in here. Do I need A? Do we dig that crap off of there? I think we let it there. That way somebody can see. That's what I'm saying. You gotta let somebody know that there's a monkey in here, cracking eggs, peeling bananas, whatever you want to say. You gotta let them know, right? And B, that's point A. Point B, do I need to dick around with this liquid metal? Because I really hate touching it, hate playing with it. And the blob on here appears to be in a good spot where when we go to press it back together, I hope that it rides that way. All right, consensus. What are we doing with this? Are we going to mess with it? See, that's the thing, too. That comment, tech repairs is like sex. With plenty of practice, the job is done in seconds. I couldn't have a massive queue here. Just with the number of road calls like that I do to go out to do stuff. Like tomorrow I have to go like program a VoIP SIP phone. A phone needs replaced, and the people don't know how to do it at a lawyer's office. One of their phones died after 14 years, so we're getting a new phone in there. Or they're getting a new phone, so I have to go do that. But I couldn't have a massive queue. Check together, see if it works first. All right. I agree. Yeah, massive queue would not be friendly to the wide array or varying degrees of business that I do. Being a one-man band, is not super efficient, but I'm not to a point where I can hire on employees. So do with agitation, so it doesn't just pull up at one side, but as someone who has actually done PS5, I try my hardest to stay clear and have been successful. Haha, you think I got one that needs fixed? I'm sending it over this week, Mr. Chris. It's coming your way. I need it repaired. Can't say no to a friend, right? Surely you can't say no to a friend. All right. Do I have the rest of the parts? Where are they at? Yeah, that's a good question. Where did I put the parts? Shit. What part are we looking for exactly right now? The whole unit, right? Yeah, it's right behind me. Got it. Also gonna have to clean this thing up. That's another part of it. We're brushing this out at least. I don't want to throw it back in there. We gotta go rezone all our buddies here. They need it's time to move. They've gotten their notices. We'll get the rest of it at a later point in time. Popular American game I've seen on some movies. Never have I ever had a PS5 pass my threshold. I think we could deal with pulling this out and cleaning it, but as stated, let's Frankenstein this together enough to see what the status is. See if it excuse me, see if it works. Right? Yeah, the port line's up. I can't complain about that. We also have that little stupid foam thing in a clamshell to put in at some point. Flip these up. Not you, not you. Not you, not you, but all right, I'm taking 2 minutes in cleaning up some tweezers here. This shit is getting maddening with as many as I have out. Put this back under the sticker later. Right now we're just Frankenstein build. Franken build, whatever. Just to find out. What else do we need on here? A couple things. Can we we need do we need the drive on? I mean, we're not actually playing games or anything like that, so set that on. Roughly route it. Grab our drive. I don't know these things, so I'm just going to trust that we'll throw it on there. Plug the fan in as well. I don't think I'm fairly certain the antennas wouldn't matter, but we'll good measure it for a moment. Nothing getting pinched. Too bad. Only wires. Give me 1 second, guys. I just had somebody walk, guys, girls, whoever may be there. I had somebody walk in. They dropped their phone. I'm going to look up a price on a screen quick. I'm going to mute, though. So give me 1 second. Woo. Audio check. If you're walking, has walked out. Yes, he's walked out. Yeah, I know you chucked the board in and clamp. We're doing unprofessional here. Just not even doing anything. Board and the clamp. I know you can do it that way, but what is dinging off on my phone, man? Somebody is trying to text me. What the shit is that? Uh-oh. We got kids calling. Hold on. All right. Kids phone call done. Yes, audio check. What, did somebody make it in here? Hey, Jay. You talking to Jay? That was Elijah and Jay, Mr. Chris. Elijah and your little buddy. The littlest one is the one that loves watching your videos. The guy with the accent. All right. I say that shit is professional enough. That is good enough for all the stuff that we don't fix. Right? Let's ding it together or ding it on, right? All right. Let's get the Pennsylvania's shortest figure 8 cable. 3 easy installment payments of $99.99, and you can own one of these. Look at the length on that thing, huh? Look at that. It fits diagonally in 1080p resolution. That thing is massive. All right, let's go to our capture card. It is still active, lucking up. Hopefully it didn't freeze. That port is a lot tighter, let me tell you that. And ding it on, right? Oh boy, I don't. Where does the info show up on a PS5? Upper right, upper left? I do need an answer for that. Upper right, upper left. Are we buffering? Oh my goodness, we're gonna break something if that's the case. And let's do that. Let's do that. And make sure that, yeah. All right, we're gonna try and turn this on. Who cares about the info? Let's see if we get a display. So we're blue light. And we have display. I'm going to flip over here. I can't flip over there. Crap. Yeah, I can. I'm going to jump over to my KVM so that way I can actually see what's on screen. Excuse me, I'm not familiar with the console, but we do have display. I don't play with these. I don't know them. I don't work on them every day, so I don't know what is what. So we're going to... Your PS5 wasn't turned off properly before unplugging the AC power cord. Select power, turn off PS5. Don't unplug the AC power cord when the power indicator, blah, 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 blah. I don't have a PS5 controller. Let's see if we can navigate this shit with a PS4. You're the culprit. You're the one I was looking for. Anyhow, just to show you. Which cord are you? You're blue. See if it comes back up. USB-C to Lightning's not going to work. We need a... What is a PS4 controller? Micro cable? Yeah, that'll work. Oh, I think that's the one. Yeah, awesome job. So far, so bad. We didn't give it a wiggle test. I mean, it seems connected, but... All right. X. See important health and safety warnings. And names right on the screen. Oh, I hate doing that. Whatever. Regardless, millions of people ain't seeing this. I'm gonna flip back to my KVM and just load it into all right, we're on the KVM real quick. All right. Quick play. Play as one-time guest. All right, so we already saw now. I'm gonna throw it back up on screen now. I wonder if that cable is going bad. It's literally as soon as I touch it, it blacks out. Hopefully, it's not the port. All right, there we go. What? Did we already do this? I thought. All right, it's displaying. I know you're supposed to check resolution. I don't know how to do that, so I will fumble through that and see if I can manage. Current video output signal. Resolution automatic. Oh, go back up over. So we can only really throw out 720, 1080, and 1080p. I don't think it's actually going to send that out to my capture card, but so how do we know it's working? If it blips out like that and then comes back, we know that it's went to that resolution. Educate me here because I'm ignorant with consoles. I always go in and do this to make sure that it's doing it. And granted, I know it's going to be the same size on your screen, but I'm feeding it into a capture card that accepts multiple resolutions. And then it's just scaling it for OBS. So I don't know if that's a true way to test or not. Whenever I test them off stream or off camera, I have a 4K TV here that I plug into, but that's where it's my OBS monitor. So is it normal that the fan turns that slow? I believe so, yeah. I don't think if it's not doing much, it needs to go super fast, as far as I know. Anyhow, let me set this back to automatic. As far as I know, it is definitely changing resolutions when you do that. So let's back out of here. I don't know that there's a game that I can play as a guest, and I don't have any PS5 games here. That's internet based. So is Rust. Don't know nothing about it. Arc. No shit, we're offline. All right, let's all right, yeah, it's still the same. All right, good enough. Good enough for my testing. It's displaying. How do we turn this thing off again? With a controller? Let's go back to our KVM. Because I don't have a PS5 controller here. All right, I can actually see the screen. Nobody's seeing it. Guess. Let's do that. Oh, there we go. Log out. And then can I turn it off from here? Press the PS button on the controller, down to power, and shut it off. Turn off PS5. All right, PS5 is off. Process of going off. Yeah, the holding down the PS button didn't work. I had to go back out to the user screen, if that, and then either D-pad down or analog stick down, because the power button is out there. Holding the PS button didn't get me to the power menu for the 5. With a PS4 controller, maybe with a PS5 controller that would have worked, but yeah. Anyhow, I get to put this lovely thing back together now. We're going to strip it back down, though, and give it a proper clean. I don't think I'm going to mess with the liquid metal, though. I definitely don't want to go that far. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, that the fan would ramp up when going into games. I'm going to try and give that a good clean. Get that gunk out of there. And that's going to be a task, cleaning that up. Excuse me. yeah, so I'm going to finish out the night cleaning this thing up. I don't know if I'll keep the stream on for the whole process, but I'm going to hang out for a few. Oh, what else can I get into today? Oh, I have a real mess here, but it's a little too late for some people. But I have a PC that has like stuff spilled in it. It needs stripped down and cleaned. It's basically a disassembly, clean everything up and rebuild it. I have to replace fans because the fans, one of the fans is locked up, another one doesn't work, and the blade fell off one of the other ones, like it fell off of the magnets or the motor. So it's in need of some definite TLC. Let's move that slightly out of the way. Of course, some of them are closer together than others. Oh, are we going to break it? Maybe the handle's wider one way than the other. I don't know. We're going to sort that real quick. Easy solution. Yeah. Oh, you mean the file? Yeah. Just trim a little off the handle. Some of them, it seems like some of these are closer together. And that's where I was getting stuck, was on that one that's close. We even got to go more for that one, I believe. Let's see. Can we? Ooh, I don't want to break it. No, it made it. So, still need to clean more off of the handle or file it down a little further. That way it fits through all these with ease. Well, why do tomorrow what you can do today? All right, where did we get stuck this time? somewhere here, there. I do have an air compressor, but we're going to do that after we knock everything loose. We're going to take the airline to it. It doesn't always knock some of the stuff when it's caked on or actually laying on the surface. So we're just going to brush it all loose, then hit it with the airline. Granted, that probably made a horrible noise, but apologies. It now fits. Couple more of these too I want to go through to get that dust off of that bottom cylinder part. That's that. Let's go airline this quick. Be right back. Cleaner? Yes? No? Acceptable? There we go. And what else? What other shit? I know a million screws. That's going to be fun. Oh yeah, and our cables running through there. I don't think the liquid metal is imperative, as Carl said earlier. I don't think we need to 100% mess with that because it wasn't like discolored or. And we did I did cover it up as soon as we popped it open, covered both up, so we didn't get any dust in having it open like that. So that's a good thing. I think, yeah, that's that. What do we do here? I think I don't need to tear it all. Oh, I did want to take the power supply out, so we do need to take some stuff out. I wanted to take it out and airline it while I was here. So let's go ahead and do that. Strip it back down with the power supply, then start to rebuild. Come on. That's going to pop off there easy this time. We can undo this, right, and pick this up without having to come on, you nightmare cable. There we go. Good. Tabs are still there. Didn't rip it. Let's get those out of the way and attempt pickup. Get that out of sight. Yeah, we'll airline it. Do we even dare open it? Can you open these? What is it? 2 screws and a couple snaps? And it looks like that metal has to come off of there as well, right? Yeah, I don't think opening the power supply is a necessary step, but surely it can't be that easy. 2 screws and it just opens. And while we're airlining, we'll go ahead and brush and airline out the whole bottom of this. Careful not to blow this thing off while we're doing it. Of course, it's not that easy. Alright, maybe we're not opening this thing up. I just don't see what blowing air in lets it come out there, but does anybody know? Do they collect a large amount of dust in here? Ill-equipped with my knowledge on the matter. Airline it is. I don't feel like fighting with it. Let's put those screws back, airline it, and then put the antenna back on. Be Alright, it's not perfect, but it's cleaner. I'm going to give a little loose brushing. Put this guy back. All right. Yeah, no insects, man. No insects at all, just dust. I just call the dusty things. I always say the animals and about rezoning them. If you ever seen any other dusty stuff when I've worked on it. All right. Get out of the way. All right, we already took an airline to this side earlier. I'm going to say that looks clean. Heat sink, or the fin stack, all three of them look good and clear. If it has issues like overheating or anything like that, then we'll know that, yes, in the future, mess with the liquid metal. I don't see it happening, but again, not my forte, not my everyday work on these. Not my thing. I do them when they arrive. Those slightly out of the way. What next? Literally no dust. It would be nice to know exactly, because I don't know what this stuff is. It would be nice to know what it is, clean it off, and apply new. But does it matter? I don't know. I mean, obviously it matters, but like, we got to clean that one out. And before we put this lid on, covering anything up, we're going to put this stupid thing back. Now let's grab a seat. Brush around on this for a moment, then airline it, and then do the whole rebuild and get out of here for the day. I don't know, maybe I'll start the PC. It's a mess. It's a big mess, though. All right, be back. Okay, and let's do the long, arduous process of getting all those screws in the right spot. One, before I do anything, I don't think, no, surely this can't be a here and now thing. No. And they're the same length, so we'll put these back ones in. There's one specific screw I'm looking for. This one, I believe. It's going to go there. Or is it not? Is it not that one? Wrong driver. Wrong driver. This driver. All right. Hey, Alex, good night. Get some rest. Thank you for hanging out. Always appreciate having a set of eyes on this. Oh boy, here we go. Oh, you just joined. Good night. Sorry about that. I thought you were saying good night, that you were taking off. My mistake. I read that one wrong. You meant good evening. Good evening. Good night. Yeah, same thing. Sorry about that. Feel like I'm forgetting a bunch right now, but we're going to work on this massive amount of silver screws. Then we'll worry about where all the different lengths of black screws go afterward. Get to talk to me? Certainly. What country are you in? You mean like talk, like speak? You want to have a conversation in English? Yes. What country are you in, Alex? Holy shit, the Caribbean. Trinidad. Oh my, you're down there, and you want to talk to some weirdo in central Pennsylvania, and you got to have ocean and beaches around you, and just beautiful views and whatnot, right? Has to be something down there. I've never been there. I'm just guessing. But you want to talk to somebody in the middle of central Pennsylvania? I'd be outside. Anyhow, yeah, you can. You got what do we got going on here that get a hold of me on WhatsApp is a good way. Really hot. Come on now. Do you get snow? Do you get snow in Trinidad? I don't know. In the Caribbean? Caribbean? I don't know. I'm saying that wrong, so I got to say it both ways. Yes, certainly. Get a hold of me through WhatsApp. Jump in the description. Get the relevant info. Plug that info into WhatsApp. And text me there. And when I get a chance, I will text you and we'll work out a time. If you need to talk. Also, you're in chat. You can, if you have questions, I can't promise I'll be able to answer them though. But I would try. I got your stream on the feed. Haltopia, welcome. Yeah, those are some big names, man. They're great content creators, great people. Steve, Joey, is it Davey? I think that's Computer Breeder's name. And Phil. I've never personally spoken to any of them. A fan goes there, I think, except Phil though. So great people in my opinion. Awesome content creators. Northridge, yeah, Northridge. He does some good fixing stuff. Certainly. All right, let's find out. I got to look at this fan. This is making me weird out. All right. See, this is just one of those things. Excuse me. Who would think that on this fan you have a portable screw hole? They had that portable little screw hole on the one PlayStation 4 models, or the certain models. You have a movable screw hole here on the top case. It's crazy shit how they engineer these. Beach sand, women in bikinis must be very. That's what I'm saying, Fernando. You know the point I was making. That is super stressful. 100%. I could not cope with everything you said in that message. Certainly, I could see all of it except the one, just because of being married. So you know. But still, good views are good views. I can't argue with that. Sunburn here. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I'm not saying that I could stand up to equator type heat, but sun and sunburn. But I did my fair share of many years of building houses, and we primarily do, at least in this part of the U.S., we do that from spring to fall. Some people even build them in winter. Certain parts of the house will be built when it's cold, but mainly it's done when it's warm. Did quite a bit of that, and roofing and whatnot. And that was in the sun. That didn't kill me. But again, I'm not saying that is the equivalent to the type of heat you get at the equator or close to the equator. That shit's got to be much hotter and a different type of heat. We got dinging. What's going on here? Ah, yes. I got your message, Alex. Certainly. You figured that one out. See? Easy. I'll save that contact info, and then we can chat. I'm thinking, right, too many screws? Yeah, you got that right, Mr. Chris. I could have stopped, like, probably 15 ago and just put, like, the 4 corners in, and we'd be good there. But, just that little nagging monkey on your back when you get done reassembling and you got screws laying there, and it's like, it's just bothersome. So then you got to start tearing it back apart to figure out where the screws go. It always bothered me when I had some left over. I wasn't a person to ever take and toss them aside. I had to figure out where they went, or if I couldn't find where they went, figure out where I did something wrong. And, get them back to their rightful homes. All right, so we have a few more to go. And these are the nuisance ones. I always put them in the wrong spot here. But we're going to do it first go today by looking ahead or looking back. Yeah, no worries, man. If people have questions or need to talk, or if I can be of help, I try to be. I don't think I goofed on that one. I know. Let's look. We're gonna look right now. There's one that might be the one actually. Where is it? So that's one I don't want to put one in, and then that one. Yep. So we can do those two. PS2. Oh my, yeah. PS1 was even easy. I want to say the first console that I modded was the original PlayStation 1, and it wasn't. They had the different models. They had the one that had the not the smaller PS1. I'm talking about the original style of the original PlayStation. They had the one where it had the special rectangular plug that went to the red, white, and yellow plugs, and then they had the one that had that plus the red, white, and yellow, so you could do it straight through, I believe. I had the one, and my friend had the other one, and he ended up ordering mod chips through eBay, and that was back in the days of you send a check or money order and hope what you paid for that your stuff would turn up. I also believe that was, I don't know how far back PayPal went, but I remember sending money out with PayPal when I first signed up for that, thinking, man, there's no way I'm getting this shit. But it showed up eventually. Only one person ever ripped me off on eBay. It was for a record, and the guy lived in Canada. So we can go there. there and there. But that would be plastic or part of the ROM, so we can put one there. And I believe one goes there. And then we have one more spot to find where a screw goes. Man, that is not at all how I imagine that going in there. Yeah, the big PlayStation one. Yep. I put a mod chip. And my friend had to order 2 different mod chips because you needed a different mod chip for each model. Or was it different mod chip or different No. I apologize. It had different solder points, I believe. It's hard to remember the 90s. All right, we have one screw that we don't know where it goes. Let's see if that is a place where it could potentially go. And that is right there with the arrow. No, we didn't peel all those perfectly, but we did manage to get most of them to kind of stick down. Time is either going to let them flip up or stick them back in place. Probably let them all flip up since we used IPA on it. We gotta get this cable to come through a little more. There we go. $1:32 here in the UK. You're up late, sir. It's definitely past your bedtime. All right. Black screws. I believe, if I'm not what is that thing? And where do it go? Right, we got one silver. Wait. I remember setting the one silver one aside. If I'm not mistaken, it goes here. Alright, then we try to make sense out of all this shit. We need the 2 metal screws. And we need a short and long for the fan. Just making sure there's not a shorter metal screw other than the one for the SSD cover. Nope. It's going to have to be this guy. Yep, that will be them. Okay. Pull them back out and throw our cover on. I'm on TV. That's crazy. Should be watching. Ooh, hold on, wait a minute. What are we being stupid? No, that. Okay, that is the short one, but man, I don't think that's the one. We're gonna check. No, that's getting much too tight. Okay, so we need a little shorter, which would make it one of these guys and one of these guys. Mr. Chris, he used the stream. Mr. Chris has a very, very detailed and awesome way of working through and fault finding stuff that I personally enjoy watching. In my 4-year-old, who started watching when he was 3, also liked watching and listening to him go on and on. And, you know, that whole thinking out loud when you're fault finding something, digging in a schematic, looking at a board view, and just, or running over the board, all of it. Very insightful way. I enjoy it, the streams that he does. He needs to get back to streaming, I think. But I'm in no position. That's just an opinion. No position to tell people what to do, not do. But I enjoyed it. So hopefully he comes up with some more streams soon. All right, let's figure out where these long ones go. That is definitely not the... How did that happen? We're going to have a fun time fishing that out of there. It doesn't belong there. And we didn't clean the bottom of this thing off. Maybe not as bad as I think, but we're going to try. Let's grab the flat ones. It'll give us a better grip, and we're going to do this a bit upside down. That way we can pull this screw out. They might be too wide, though, to let it go in. You kind of need pointy ones. Yeah. All right, how many did we actually put in? You know, all the fan, that. Not many. We got to take it back apart to get that screw back out. Being a right pain. One of those may be in the wrong spot. Or I'm just missing one that I misplaced. That could be too. I've had that happen. Where I take and throw a screw in a weird spot. Because that, no matter what you do, doesn't want to thread into anything. So it either missed or it's completely the wrong guy. Actually, I think I have the screw here that goes there. Maybe. We'll see. Repair streams are quite a thing. Like when people were either doing it for a hobby, doing it as their work or as their job, as their business. It's quite a thing to sit and watch. You know, it's... Yeah, that went there definitely. Okay, can we... I forget if this one sticks it down or not. I think it does because it's long. Okay, what else would be here keeping it? Did we miss? Did it break? Well, it went through and it should rightfully be grabbing. But I think... Yeah, no. That's got to be the long one. Okay. Well, now we know. Or did... Tell me this. How is that screw not right? Wrong driver. That's why it's not going down. Oh, there we go. Numbers. Yeah, well, you will see a large, like, you mean repair streams on Twitch? You will. I stream there. I don't really have an audience there, but you know, if I get one, cool. If not, it's not my main motivation now, but eventually. But I think you will, because YouTube doesn't care about live streaming. Live streams hurt you're actually hurt your YouTube channel. Like, if you have a substantial following on YouTube, yeah, they definitely hurt the channel. It's not conducive or not productive to stream to YouTube. Although many people do it, they don't push it. They don't care about it. But hopefully one day they will. All right, let's sort this out. So him, and him, and that. So we have to figure out where all these go. They're all the same length except one. So we have one long screw that's going to go in. And you definitely don't want it to go into the wrong spot. We just go till we try every hole. It's going to be a 6 spot where it goes. You can tell as soon as it starts getting tight, that's 100% not where it goes. Let's see. That is metal. That is long. Almost has to be here. But then again, does it? No, because it's stopping dead. As soon as you start, where the hell does this long screw go? It might be that guy. That would make sense. Yeah, I think what happened was I picked up the Phillips driver, and that's why this one wasn't tightening in last time. And I just didn't notice it, so we tore that back apart for no actual reason. We'll see. We're going to find out very quickly here. Phillips, get it out of the way so I don't grab it again. And take it all back apart, only to realize that I had a Phillips driver. That's why the screw wouldn't turn in. I just thought it wasn't long enough. All right, and lastly, this guy. All right, progress this time. All right, put it down. That's not the screwdriver you're looking for. And checking batteries. Yeah, they're running low. Possibly not start the PC stream. I don't know. Maybe I'll record a video with it instead of streaming it. Although it'd be fun to stream it, but I can't talk that long about PCs. Even though that's primarily what I work on. One man's misfortune is another's entertainment. I still have that up on my channel, Fernando. What's that? When you sent him a video. Chairgate. Oh my god. Chairgate is legendary. Oh. Yeah, Chairgate. just having the trouble getting this thing apart. That's okay. We'll get it apart. Just take us a second. Chairgate was a good watch. Yeah, I don't know. The live stream was a good version of it, though. Happening in real time. I just got the, like comparatively, Mr. Chris was like a musician, and I was that hacky DJ, like, not really playing any music, just taking and sampling stuff. I'll lose my mind if this don't work. Give me that knife. There we go. All right, I'll try one more corner on this thing. I'm working on something. Just give me a second here. Wow, it's been a minute or two, but all right, we got to put a warranty sticker on this thing. Just for good measure. They're not legal. It's not really a warranty sticker. Let's see if we can actually see. Is my focus locked? Yeah, focus is not locked. We may have to turn the camera out for that to actually focus on that thing. Or the camera, the light. No more of this monkey business. Fuck those warranty stickers. They're stupid. We don't need them. We'll put that one there. Okay, what else? What are we missing here? The other side, I know that. We got this guy. You can use a brush or so. Oh, yeah, definite. Some of that dust may fall back in, but it is marginally cleaner than it was, so. All right, what did I forget? Oh, the clamp. Oh my goodness, I've actually done that. Not on these though. It was on a PS4. Left the clamp out. And that stuff looks like, I gotta know. Does it wash off? Does it wash off? It's one of those does but doesn't substances. Like it, probably with the right chemical, you could get it removed. So Windex wasn't about it. Let's try Simple Green. Simple Green semi-solution. Probably a number of other cleaners as well. Something, man. I don't know. I don't know if I'd say nicotine or it's definitely a thing. There is something going on there. It's like it got moisture in it though, because it's just wacky, weird. Almost done, finally. Give these people a call tomorrow. They were waiting on money or something to be able to come in and pick it up, and that was supposed to happen tomorrow, so we got it done for tomorrow. Man, I don't know about this, but we'll try it. Okay, let's find out. Still work? It goes to my capture card. Should work, right? Let's do a quick test and consider it a night. All right, indeed it turned on, and we are going to plug in our controller. Maybe. There we go. All right. Still displays, still good. Go ahead and shutting it back off. I don't need to log in and do all that. I see it turning on after I put it together and cleaned it. Turn off PS5. Yeah, no. What about, is this thing backwards compatible? Will it play PS4 game? Can anybody answer that quick? We'll do that. I'll throw a game in, load a game up. I'm curious to see too. Is it will it play a PS4 disc? Oh, I guess I better wait. That is power, isn't it? Ooh, I hit the button. Possibly. Yes. 4 payments in $99.95 installments, and you can own a cable just like this one. These are for those edge of your seat action moments where you got to be right up on the console and the TV. All right, let's go add user, quick play. Just getting past the name business, and then I'll throw it to my capture card. Can't recognize the disc. Make sure it's not damaged or dirty and that it's not inserted upside down. Certainly. Well, I'm guessing, whatever, if you want to call that dirty. That looks even dirtier, but let's use the other side. We'll go that way, correct? Or that way? No fucking way it goes in that way. I don't care. But if it does, it does. I don't think it does. It would have to go label up. No? Run. Is it legit that way? Label or shiny side up? Get the fuck out of here. Oh, what the shit is that? Alright, what'd you want? A game? I'm going to yank the HDMI cable. So I'm moving the console, so I have a little room for my controller and this massive cord. I got to play it through OBS if you want to see it, though, so I'll do that. I'm waiting on it to load. So I'm going to have to go in and delete this off the person's console then. Or just tell them I tested with a game and just delete it. It's not important. But I'll try and do it. I don't know if does a guest user have that type of permission access to where they can do it? And the fan is going faster. Don't want to be jarring stuff around too much, but I'm not fucking nutty. Which corner is that one? There's your turbo fan that you were talking about, Fernando. That thing is moving. What we could do is starting to get darker, though, is you can wind up the frame rate on the camera and make it spin slower. Or turn it down, it goes faster. But putting it right back at 60 FPS, and you can see that thing's going. So let's go back over. Play game. It's going to be stupid, I promise, but what are we playing the game for? To see if the fan ramps up? Was that the test? Right. I don't have any PS5 games. PS4 is the best I can do. Like, Like literally this. Here, I'll show you the games I got. All right, we got Madden 15. We have Grand Theft Auto 5 for 360, right? And rock, paper, scissors, you know. Like that's the 3 games that I have here. Oh, so yeah, it's going. Let me get back to this. We'll switch back to that source. Press any button. I really don't want to do any of this. I don't know. Is it going to let me play with a PS4 controller? It's probably going to tell me to plug in a PS5 controller. Last time, maybe with a PS4 game. Preparing scenario. Look for the receiver with the X over his head on the first play to. Yep. You got that, everybody? Hurdle, spin, stiff arm, and blah. Yeah. Yeah, rock, paper, scissors, man. What kind of monkey business you think I'm running here? We ain't got the classic game. Jeez. Somebody tell me what the skip button is. It's got to be one of them. The artifacting you see is this capture card. It's not good for capturing gameplay. I can switch it over to a cam link, but I'm not going to. It's a $20 capture card. So that's that screen tearing that you see occasionally. It only happens when I plug in, like, no matter what it is, it only happens when I plug into this capture card. If I plug into a cam link or run even through my USB 2 capture card that has pass through, I don't get screen tearing. As soon as I plug into this $20 Vivitar card, every time. All right. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing other than watching this dumb stuff. What an intro. Looked like that dude was just mad dogging me over something. Yeah, the glitch, like, oh shit. Do I actually have to do this? What was passed? X? Alright. Alright, so gameplays. Let's erase the game. That's not how you do it. So now I gotta figure out how the hell to erase. Option? Is it gonna be options? Boom, 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 boom. Delete. Okay. Yeah, no. I'll get a PS5 game eventually. I don't want to try and play any of their games. Like, I never do that. So clearly I need to get a game. And finally, yeah, this one I'm going to take it off of capture because I had to like sign out. I'll throw it back on my KVM for the last time. I know anybody can run the stream back and see, but we'll keep the names off screen as much as we can. What is this? There we go. Can I have control now? Log out and go down to hit the PS button and go down to power. Turn off PS5. Calling that done day there. That's played a game. It ramped up. You could hear the disc running. Sounded great. The fan ramped up. I know that their games are obviously more heavy duty, more stressful on the APU and whatnot. But I don't. You know what? I don't even have a place I could go buy one or rent one. I don't even know any. My one friend might have a console, but I'm not sure if he does or not. I'm gonna go with. It came in for a display problem. That's what it's doing. Obviously, if they have any issues with it, like it being silly when they get it, it's going to come back and we'll mess with the liquid metal, but I don't see that happening. But you never know. It could have problems tomorrow. Go ahead and set that thing down. All right. Time to clean up. Clean up and get this shit out of here for the day. Oh. Let me mute this here, hopefully for a minute. All right, whoo! Found the cap. Let's put this away, clean up, and get the hell out of here. Do we even want to see the PC that I got to go through? The nightmare levels that this thing entails. Do we even want to see the madness that I'm going to be dealing with? Yeah, Elgato, they work great. One that people praised for a while, but I really didn't like, and I did try it out, and I sold it. Not that it didn't work, it was too much shit for drivers and software, was the Magewell. That one, it was expensive, and then I think there was another one that I tried. Camlink was just the best for the price and what it did. And then another one that I've never personally got to try, but if he's still awake, Mr. Chris has the Camlink Pro. I don't know what the hell they called that thing, but it's the quad capture Camlink, and it has a goofy PCI Express slot. It has a PCI Express 4X slot, so it's a weird length. It'll plug into a 16 slot, but not into the shorter ones. It's either a 4 or an 8. I think it's a 4. But as far as how the quality of that is, maybe he could give some words about it. But I think it's a really cool thing. Never got to personally use one, but I believe they are super cool for the feature set that they provide. Alright, you will go out of the way. I think it's the Camlink Pro. I think that's what that. It's a quad capture Camlink that plugs in PCI Express. It's not like the HD 60 Pro or it's not one of those goofy ones. It's actually a quad capture, plugs into a slot, not USB. I just don't remember the damn name of it right at the moment. Hey, you want to sell it? I'll buy it. I'll buy it, Mr. Chris. That let me capture four streams independent. Excuse me. Fucking monkey business is this? Huh? One, two, three, four. All right, I think that's it, people. Oh, did we want to see this bastard PC that's coming up? This one I'm not doing right because it's complete strip down and clean up, and that's going to be quite the thing. All right, so we'll zoom this guy out. So we've got spill there, spill all there. We've got, you can see spill on the, well, maybe you can't see it, but I'll show you. Spill on the shield. Plus, I think there's stuff on top of the graphics card. And then to run over the short list of problems, this fan completely locked up. Like you turn it and it doesn't move. You have to press to turn it. This one don't run. You can see when you try to spin it, it stops almost instantly. I think this one still works. It'll free spin. I think the top two do. This one might be having issues in the back here. And then the one behind it, I'm not even sure. The whole thing has to be stripped down, cleaned, and putting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, only 6 fans in, not the, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, not 7, doing 6 fans. Going to have the radiator straight up against the back deck and a fan here blowing through. Possibly do a push-pull again, but I think just for sanity's sake, we'll either do a pull or a push. But I only have 6 of the same type fan, so it's not like I can get super crazy with 7 fans. You know, can't get 7 matching fans. I'd have to order a new set of fans. And it's for a very budget-minded, like don't want to spend a lot on it. So I'm going to do what I can for as little as I can with it. But yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, the Camlink thing. Good point. It doesn't have pass through to where you can run out to a monitor. Right. Well, you know, I don't know. The Camlinks don't. They're just USB, and you legit run a source into them. But it's not like if you run, if you run into the Camlink, it's the same way you'd use any other capture card. A lot of them don't have pass through, but the ones that do are cool. All it does is let you see the source that you're getting before you actually switch to it in stream. But you can also do that with OBS. Put it in studio mode where you can, see your preview and see what you're actually broadcasting. Then you switch to your preview, and while you're on your preview or on your what you're broadcasting in OBS, you can set up a whole new preview. But yeah, I agree. Not having a pass through on something that expensive is kind of a bummer. Anyhow, yeah, I think we'll end it here. I'm not going to do this guy on stream. We'll tackle him. I'm going to make a video out of this just because I can cut a lot out of it. It's going to be an arduous. This is easily another 2 hours, another 2 to 3 hours, stripping this down, cleaning, if not longer. So, yeah, there's just stuff everywhere in this thing. But, yeah, I'm going to wrap it up here and potentially get started. I don't know if I'm going to start on it tonight or start on it tomorrow in the morning, possibly in the morning. I don't know. I don't think anybody'd honestly be interested in seeing PC stripped down, cleaned, and fans replaced, and just going over everything and making sure it's all tidy and working. And what happened was, I don't know if Dad or Grandpa tore this apart, right? They took it apart and then put it back together, and it wasn't booting. They had the power supply switched off and a couple cables not where they needed to be. But other than that issue of sorting out what they didn't do when they put it back together, it was brought in for fans. So we're going to take and get that wrapped up. Going to open up and dump the liquid cooler and refill the new fluid. Make sure the fins are the whole little like cold plate in there where the liquid flows over, the little fins. Make sure that's all cleaned out. It's an iBuyPower computer, so I don't know about the quality of those. I've never personally owned one. I've just seen them, and they've come in with weird issues. This one likes to run hot, and it ran hot before the fans died. That's why he always had the side glass off. So it was always always kind of run hot type thing. Trying to zoom the camera out. There we go. That's as far as it goes. Yeah. Potentially more, but I think I'm going to make a video instead of streaming this one. Anyhow, have a good night, everybody. I will catch up with you in the next live stream or video. Thank you for hanging out this long, especially people that are losing sleep to sit here and get eyeballs on a screen and type. Very much appreciated. MacGyver Tech. Sorry about that. I wasn't paying too much attention to Twitch. Hello, if you're still there. Dang, 4:57. Is the time the same? Are we looking at the same time? Oh, well, I can't actually see. I'll have to see after the video uploads. But anyhow, yeah, thank you for hanging out on Twitch. It's on my laptop. I didn't have it on my big monitor here. Whenever it gets to that, there's a slight delay. So it's like I'm looking back in time, but really I'm not. Yeah, thank you for hanging out there, man. Sorry I was lonely in chat and I didn't notice till the end here. But yeah. I don't know. Leave some comments. And let me know if you want to see that PC. You can leave a comment afterward. Let me know if you want to see that PC in a stream or do I make a video out of it. If I get any input at all, we'll go with that. We'll go with the stream. We'll go with the video. But anyhow, good night, people. See ya. Gotta go over here. Silly guy.